Hello everyone, and welcome back to another Heartwell dev stream, the live stream series where I continue to develop this adorable Souls-like action RPG with platform mechanics and a branching narrative. If you find these dev streams interesting or helpful, be sure to subscribe to the YouTube channel and boot that bell button to stay notified. Now, in our previous dev stream, we were working on copying over code for the Cobra Rework, and we're getting somewhere, as you can see. We've managed to get it so the We've actually managed to get it so that the animations will follow the collision bots, as well as still maintain their respective pathfinding. But there's definitely some debugging to do. As you can clearly see, we are not having correct directions facing, though that's not the main concern right now. In fact, the main concern... I also noticed the music's a bit loud, but anyway. The main concern has to do with this enemy ID number. So let's back out of here and head over to the event editor. It's line 1041, yeah. So this line right here, that sets the enemy ID number, sets the enemy index number, causes a whole host of issues because that value is used in our rework code for different purposes as like a scoping variable. And for those who have been on these dev streams for a while, you know that the scoping objects to do the same thing, but with like follow the same set of rules but act independently of one another is always a challenge in any of the Clickteam Fusion builds. So to that end, we need to not only delete this section of code, but also go through the rest of the code and rework what was previously being done with this information. So definitely going to be doing a lot of testing and a lot of removing of code and trying to make sure that we're reworking the code properly. In fact, I even listed that lines 1044 and 1046 need to be reworked. So let me just try to refresh my right. Yeah. So these values had checks for the different indexes to determine where to set positions at of these different active objects. Now, granted, we haven't had to... They seem to be working as intended right now, though I get the feeling... Well, no, there's reasoning behind this code that has to do with the respawn mechanics in the game, so we need something like this. But I think what we'll have to do is something similar to what we did with the rework code, which involved us doing sort of the interim variable. To determine where these should belong. So we'll be trying that. Yep. Oh, hey JJ Sparks, thanks for dropping by. How's it going? You're busy playing Cuphead, the Dark Souls of Rundown. Ah, yes, Cuphead. That's an amazing game. In fact, I just saw that the DLC came out for that game, and I've heard it's really good. I'm assuming you're playing the DLC, KJ Sparks, or you just decided to get Cuphead because the DLC came out recently. It's a beautifully crafted game. I love the art style, and the boss design is really good too. Especially for like that old school platforming thing, kind of style. Alright, so to focus on this, we very specifically need to get rid of anything that says set enemy ID number and set enemy index. That one, this line of code here is also bothering me because I'm noticing it's saying the X positions based off of other things, and we don't want that. Oh, cool, KJ's parts. Alright, best of luck with that. Welcome, Copper Nicholson. Thanks for dropping by. How's it going, dude? Right. I get the feeling if I reactivate this line, it's going to cause the stacking issue we saw before. No, apparently not. Hmm. Alright. Also noticing Fortune seems to be a bit janky right now, but I think that might just be with... Alright, well, we're having attack issues too, that's a different problem entirely. Okay. Let's start with what I highlighted about the whole set ID, enemy ID value issue. Oh, okay, this works. Cool. Right. Where is the line where we set the... Right now, chat, I'm just looking for the line where we set the values that help that. Okay. Fair enough, Copper Nicholson. Well, I mean, you know, Copper Nicholson, at some point everyone has to move on with life, so it's good that you'd have to spend time with your brother, but recognize that that time is always going to be limited, and that's okay. It makes it special, though. Oh, okay, I think did I put it in the indexing line? I might have. No, okay, that sets that up. It was a line of sight thing. Wait, no, this would have had to be in the Cobra rework, wouldn't it? Would it? Mm-hmm. Okay, so that's where it happens. So right here, line 1032. Alright, so we got start frame condition to set that. And then that's just the X and Y coordinate. I don't have enough knowledge about DC to really speak to it. I think she could make sense in Marvel, at least. This is position, start position, so is ID spawn on, so any idea, okay. Oh, is this? Right, this was it. Okay, so it's the animation testing. Oh, I see copper impulse. I see. Makes sense. Actually, this animation testing section that has the code we need. Alright, I really got him. I got a comment here. So, node finding. Note. View. Lines above demonstrate the use an intermediate object to overcome the issue. Under node finding animations. Should be your reference for setting. Up an intermediate object to transfer multiple values from one instance of an active object to another instance of a different active object. All right. Marinette and a Wave-Up movie. I'm not as familiar with actresses' names, so I can't really speak to that, Topper Nicholson. But I'm sure there's probably some good actors out there who could fit the role, though. All right. Percent multiple values there. And then we check. I see the logic. Okay. And now this is line 1042 because it was moved down by the comment. I don't think Liam Neeson would make any sense for Marinette. All right. So that needs removed. Set enemy index loop iteration of loop C, since we already set the enemy index earlier. What was the enemy ID number used for, though? I feel like there's some check for that. Oh, right. Right. The enemy ID number is used constantly. How does that differ from the loop iteration? All right, that's why. Because we have to add the loop iterate. Okay. If it seems like I'm staring at my code for a while, it's because I need to kind of refresh my understanding of how I developed this when I was much earlier in the development process. So the logic I was using here was to get rid of, was to ensure that in the array, I should write this in my notes. The value enemy data retrieval index controls the x coordinate in the array that stores the alterable value information. The equation that defines the index data retrieval index equal loop iteration enemy type A plus loop iteration enemy type B loop max iteration. Something else I'm realizing, chat, is with my whole, I'm not sure if I discussed this in depth with you all yet, but I had this idea in my head of getting rid of the whole notion of different objects for basic enemy types, and instead making a generic enemy type object that would behave differently depending on like the values I gave it, and like the different like checks I'd have in different areas of the map. So in other words, I could have one object that should in one area of the map be stationary and behave like a rattlesnake, but in another area of the map, the same object, because it's in that different area of the map, would behave like a cobra. So it would have the animations of the cobra, it would move like the cobra, it would do all the damage of a cobra, but it's actually still the same object. And I'm thinking like this whole idea of the enemy data retrieval index is reinforcing that that would be a good long-term goal, since every time there's a different enemy type in a frame, I have to be extremely careful about updating this enemy data retrieval index, or else the entire thing breaks. Like the whole notion of data recovery breaks. Whereas if it were all the same objects, they would all use the same fast loop to index themselves, and thus I could just have one equation for defining the enemy index value, and this alterable value would be completely unnecessary and could just be replaced with the enemy index. In fact, let's throw that under ideas after I write some notes here. This equation has to be added for every enemy type before it that exists in the frame to make sure that no columns of information in the enemy in the array are overwritten by each other, which would cause massive bugs. With the if an attempt to make the generic enemy object is successful, the enemy data alterable value. Hey, Breckor, thanks for dropping by, dude. How's it going? Oh, it was alright to ask, Breckor, what were you up to? Right now, we're just, I'm trying to disseminate my own code. You might think, yeah, Tom, you should know your own code. I do know my own code, but once your code gets thousands upon thousands of lines long, it starts to... taking good notes really matters a lot. Yo! You had an interview today. Good job, Breckor. How'd it go? Do tell, Breckor. So I guess what was the interview for? And obviously it's for a job, but like what kind of job? And what kinds of things did you do? Oh, go on, Breckor. Do tell. Data retrieval index of value. Don't mind me, Breckor. I'm just talking out loud, trying to make sure I'm writing down my ideas clearly. Job we're trying to do is develop some medical imaging software. Okay, cool. Oh, the person they're hiring is willing to... That's the thing, Breckor, that no one's going to go to school for like a super hyper-specific type of industry problem, because that's not realistic to teach in a meaningful way. But you have the knowledge base as a, as an incredibly bright programmer to adapt to what you need to know in order to help them. So basically, it sounds to me like Breckor, what they need is someone who's able to think really well about the software, and then be able to learn just about software development in general, and then be able to transcribe that knowledge for a real-world application. Yeah, exactly, Drakor, exactly. And so that's probably why they were interviewing you, because they recognized that, okay, medical imaging software, I sincerely doubt any computer science student went to college to learn about that very specific application. But instead, they're like, you know, we just need a software guy who can help us make the software in the first place, and we'll guide them for what we need. That's tends to be what the industry needs. So good for you, dude. So did they tell you when to expect to hear back from them, one way or the other, or are they saying they'll be in touch, or what are your next steps? Okay, sounds good, Rework. So I'm assuming you're still going to be sending out applications and continue doing what you have been doing. Oh, that's good. It's good that you'll have to do impression, Rework. What I will encourage you to do. Oh, okay, good. I'm glad. It's active, Rework. Okay, I'm glad you get that, because just to give you a little anecdote from my time when I was applying for positions. So this was during when I was applying for my second internship. I went on, I want to say 6 or 7 interviews before I finally got a position, like an offer for a position. And that's despite me giving it my all in every single interview. And it's just like, you know, that can happen. Hey, Becca, thanks for dropping by. How's it going? Right now, we're just writing some notes and ideas, and then we'll be heading back into programming land, because we're in the midst of debugging a rework, and there's we've identified a mismatch with alterable variable indexing that we need to resolve. All right, so the edit. Since all non-enemy these would be comprised from the same object. Okay, so clearly I'm out of the loop on something. So what's this about Citron being rescued? Oh yeah, and how did that boss battle go, head report? Oh, nice, good for Yuzu. Yeah, I have to imagine Diorbus must have been a real challenge. She goes to save Charlie in the end, right? Oh, that's right. I forgot there was there was that choice at the end. I mean, it's interesting that they have that choice. It's just like, who would rightly decide not to save Trani after all you went through? Like, I can understand the counter argument to saving Trani, but at the same time, yeah. Also, Garrus, thanks for dropping by. How you been? Long time no see. Equation would change as follows. Old equation. New equation. Enemy index. Generic enemy object. Oh, this is with lights and stuff. Okay, fair enough. Well, I hope whatever you're going through works out in the end. I think I also remember you mentioning you were going to studying for some kind of medical field. So how's that going? It's been a while since we've last chatted, so probably a lot's changed. I have no idea. I mean, I know for me, a lot's changed too. Of course, I've been working on Heartwell, but I've also, I've made... It's going good? Okay. I know in my case, probably one of the bigger changes was just creating that video for the crosscode thing. Oh, right. That's a good point, Karis. Right. It's really tough in that environment. Welcome, Hopper Nicholson. Yeah, that's Bosh. We're just, I'm still writing out my notes here. Alright. Equals generic loop iteration generic enemy objects. Alright, sounds good, Record. Best wishes for that. Oh, by the way, chat. Before I forget, some notable updates about Heartwell besides what we're seeing here. While I was on vacation, I did manage to do a lot of artwork for Heartwell, specifically character designs. So... And then what I'm about to talk about here is not going to be in the demo. This is beyond the scope of the demo. This is something you'd see in the main game. But there were 6 characters I made base models for, similar to how Dorothy has her little overworld sprite, as well as, more importantly, their character portraits, which took a while because I mean, if you guys all remember the Dorothy character portraits, there's a lot of emotions there. So doing that for 6 different characters, each with, different aesthetics, shall we say, was a process unto itself. It was a rewarding process because I've had those characters written in my notes for a very, very, very long time. But to actually be able to draw them and start to bring them to life, that was very, very, very rewarding over the course of the vacation. I also managed to draw some of the weapons that'll be in the main game as well. So again, just a reminder, nothing that you see in the demo. The only things you'll see in the demo are the weapons we currently have in here. So, fists, the axe, rocks, and the tomahawks. Those are the only weapons that I intend to have in the demo. But just know, I have plans for the other 6, the remainder of the 30 melee weapons and 30 ranged weapons. And some of them even have a base model now, which is really cool. Yeah. Fair enough, Report. Sometimes you gotta put things on the back burner while you focus on what matters. And it sounds to me that right now you have your priorities straight. You're working on your job search, you're going full throttle at it, and you're starting to get some results, which is good. So, but what I would say to you is, in your free time, so whenever it is you're taking a break, or whenever it's after your normal stated application time, that would be the time then to work on your game or any other hobby you find yourself interested in. But yeah, those were the main things I did over vacation related to Heartwell. And all in all, there's just a lot of stuff I'm very excited for the main game. It's just getting to that point. And of course, I really feel like this this rework for the movement enemies is the last big hurdle before, you know, for the demo, because if that gets out of the way, then it's just building the levels and it's dialogue and stuff, which I've already done before. It's just... And also, I'm not as worried with the boss design, because while the bosses obviously will require a lot more thought than an individual enemy might, in terms of, like, complexity, it's probably going to be simpler to program for the sole reason that they're just single, unique entities that don't have to be propagated using the for each objects. And that'll help make it a way, 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 way easier to build. Anyway. I agree with Baka. Gotham's amazing, Copper Nicholson. How dare? How dare? I understand where Gotham was coming from. Did he go crazy? Yes. Can you blame him? I don't know. Like, seriously, like, if you were in that situation. Where your criteria is being, where your creativity is being stifled by your employers, and then you're thrown into that very, very bad situation that Sitwell put him in, where he can't really get out of it, but he does have this playground to where he has creative freedom. I have to believe you could easily go a bit mad because of that. Under those circumstances, especially with that isolation from the rest of humanity. Because you have to remember, Gotham basically was locked away in Vermilion Wasteland as the only physical human there. Except for Shizuka every once in a while, but even then, it's like, he's the only guy there, all locked up in his tower, surrounded by effectively a land made entirely of styrofoam. I think you go pretty crazy if that's the environment you find yourself living in for a long period of time. Anyway, I am distracted. Alright, I've written down my ideas. I think in terms of what we'll do, for now, keep the enemy data retrieval index value code, since it is necessary to avoid overlapping columns in the array. However, a new line of 1 to 2 new lines of code must be created to provide exactly, Gregor, exactly. Imagine a future where you can have an entire planet be completely dedicated to, it's effectively just an online theme park that's played by people all across the galaxy. And, like, just, I'm trying to imagine just the sheer magnitude of expense that must be for Instantainment. And to have people just play it casually, like in sort of a VR setting, it's crazy. Like, it's really cool. Well, it's also crazy to think, like, just how expensive is that? Like, is it really justifiable? Like, can you... Like, I want you to imagine, in chat, trying to run a company that owns an entire planet that people can log into remotely to control, effectively, a character made of styrofoam and move around the environments and battle other things that are made of styrofoam. That's basically what Crossworlds is. It's really imaginative, I'll give you that. I sincerely doubt there'll be a crosscode to Copper Nicholson, just because that game took like 9 years to make, and now the developers are working on Project Terra, which admittedly, you know, has a lot of similar mechanics to Frostcode, but definitely is taking it in a different direction, and is also with a seemingly completely different cast, different story, things like that. So, Frostcode is Frostcode, Topper Nicholson. And if you want more, you can make mods. Oh, do tell, Bucket. Do tell. I'm always interested in helping people realize their game development dreams. To scope this information to each individual version. All right. So yeah, I just what's your game concept, Bucket, and kind of where do you see are your big stumbling blocks in actually getting it done? Because at the end of the day, making any kind of complex work of multimedia is going to require some degree of project management and self-management skills. All right. So let's. All right, chat. So what we're looking for is any lines that reference the enemy index line set 1041. Or 1042 now. Actually, even before we do that, let's copy over the setting code. Yeah, this code. This is the setting code. It uses like an alterable value from a random object to get this done. You know, I just realized we might be able to, since the Cobra is already going to be indexed. Well, actually, no, we can't do that. That's always caused issues. So let's have the intermediate objects play the safe route. All right, Bucket, go on. So a roguelike with a bullet hell / clicker mechanic. All right, go on. That's that's only like the loosest. That only gives me like the very loosest image of a game in my head. But go on, because again, the more you can describe a game, the easier it is to make, because you have a better understanding of everything that would need to go into making it. Or are you saying, Bucket, that what you just described is all you've got so far? All right. So I think what we can do is we can use an alterable string for this, since it is kind of a one-off sort of situation. And we're also going to add a comment here. 2 lines above. Okay, that's probably where you should start, Bucket. So there's a saying that if you can't write it, you don't understand it, and that saying wasn't said specifically about games, but I think it applies to a lot of things. If you're unable to write something in detail and describe it, you really don't have a firm understanding of it, because the act of writing it down demonstrates a mastery or knowledge of a certain process or idea. So, I mean, I don't think you've been here for some of the earlier dev streams, Baka, but I have multiple documents where I write down ideas or character notes or world building notes or things like that for developing Heartwell. And one of those documents is actually dedicated to like game development ideas and concepts. So basically imagine what I'm doing here, where I have like these notes I write, except just a lot more involved, where I go into great detail about things. And you might say, Antomicx, why bother writing these ideas? If you know them so well, why don't you just build them and stop wasting time writing them? Well, the answer is, one, writing it down focuses your head on what you need to do to actually make your ideas a reality. Two, it helps clear your head so that you're not thinking about all the intricacies you need to make the idea happen. Since that's not on the written page, you can kind of free up your mind space to think on something else. And three, detailed documentation helps you avoid making errors in the future, especially as your game gets larger and larger. So if I were you, Bucket, I would actually take some time to sit down in front of a computer, or if you prefer, a pencil and paper, and write as much as you can about your game. And it could be anything. It doesn't have to be like, okay, here's how it works and things like just whatever comes to mind. And the more you write about it, the easier it is to write more about it, I find. And that, my friend, requires zero programming knowledge, but is a very necessary step to making a successful game. Especially a complex one. True, Drekor, true. We did spend 3 dev streams trying to just get the pathfinding right, and even then we're still doing some debugging. Or if you want a better perspective, it took me over a month of dedicated work to get Heartwell's stat menu draft working. And then it was another couple of weeks to revise it after getting some feedback into what you see here. Like, this menu is by far the most complicated thing I have ever done for this game. Because it's not just the menu itself, but it's like all like the stat system behind it is so complicated. But there's also, at the same time, there's a beauty to it now, because it's got so much. It took all that. It took a lot of writing to make this happen. But it's worth it, because now we have attacks. We can switch weapons. It's all very cool. And it all changes stats accordingly, as you can see. But this doesn't happen in a vacuum, is what I was trying to the point across about it. If I tried to sit down and say, okay, I'm going to make a menu, and I didn't write anything like this, it wouldn't look nearly as polished, it'd probably have a ton of bugs, and it would have been very, very poorly optimized. So, this is why it is extremely important to incorporate writing into any game development plans you have. Alright, so the comments is lines 1 to 2 above. Sorry, Bucket. Do you foresee yourself like maybe doing some writing in the future about your idea? Is that something that interests you? I was saying the stat menu at Copper Nicholson, like in a RPG stat menu. Alright, it doesn't have to be it doesn't have to be like pencil and paper. Like, I personally prefer using a Doodle document, since I just write as much as I want and I get as big as I want without having to like buy paper or anything like that. But if you prefer pencil and paper, that's perfectly acceptable too. The point is, just have some medium that you're comfortable with adding to, and that you can reference easily. Alright, so sets the enemy ID index value for each individual. Not for reading messages as often, Copper Nicholson. Though if you want me to, I can give it my best shot. It's been a while since I've had to speak to anything as Gotham. Now, my question to you, Copper Nicholson, is when you say Gotham, do you mean Gotham as in Gotham, or Gotham as in Gotham's creator, Evotar? Because those are two very different personalities. As I always think of Gotham as having, like, you know, more of a deep and mellow voice, whereas Gotham's Evotar is more high-pitched and regal, like, oh, I do say, this is the ultimate experience, things like that. Collision objects to match a corresponding to the Cobra objects. Off the top of Nicholson, I am not going to say stuff like that because I don't think that makes any sense. Alright, so what we'll do here is, instead of exposition of that, we're going to be comparing... I need to write a value to a... to an alternate string. So I'll just call you intermediate string. Alright, so the thing is, I think the enemy index is always going to default to 0. I think. We can use that as our base check. Yeah, no, it has to be. It can't be. Yeah, it could never be 0. So our comparison will be needs to compare to general values. These will be the all right, so enemy ID number. I honestly think we need to rename this because this is always going to. This always confuses me. Enemy ID number needs to become enemy data retrieval index. Oh, I'm guessing I can't use. Yeah, I can't use a comma. Okay. That's a shame, Bucket. I mean, if you have a computer though, Bucket, then you can easily just create a Google document. I find those to be extremely useful for this. Why we've made this default to 1 makes 0 sense to me. Oh, right, because we can't have a, I think we can't have a 0 value. Okay. Well, chat, we can find out very quickly if things will break if we use this as a 0 value. Okay, things have not broken. Catastrophe has not occurred. Well, I mean, there's nothing wrong with drawing sketches, Bucket. I'm just saying, being able to put your ideas into words are important too. So what you can do is you can draw a sketch, but then describe it in your document, or describe what it's used for. It's cited as like a reference. All right, because that'll help with your development process too. Like, I remember when I was younger, I would always like draw what I would conceive as like levels for like the old Spider-Man games, but if I had decided to actually like write out more descriptions about those levels, that would have helped even more with the design. All right, well, disaster has seemingly not occurred, so what we will do place that, compare to general values. We'll say if enemy data retrieval index is equal to 0, then what we do I loved Ice Queendom so far in Copper Nicholson. It's really well done. Like the world building they do in Ice Queendom and the characterization they do for all the characters, and they do it at such a rapid clip too. It's really, really solid start. Oh, you have mixed thoughts? Do tell, Copper Nicholson. Do tell. The pacing was really fast. What I think Copper Nicholson they're doing is I think they just want to get like the baseline lore out of the way so they could get to their own story. I feel like the pacing's probably going to be a lot will probably be a bit more nuanced in the coming episodes. It's just that they needed to get the world built quickly, and a lot of this for longtime fans of RWBY is stuff they already know. And I also feel like if I were like a new viewer of like RWBY, like everything they showed would have, you know, helped get me into it without seeming too overwhelming, in my view at least. It's just like if you know the lore behind all this stuff and you actually watch the old volumes, it could seem a bit quick based off of what you remember from those volumes. Yeah, I will say one minor criticism I had is they didn't include the fight between Roman and Penny in full, or Roman's grunts and Penny in full, but I think that's because they probably didn't have enough runtime for that in that particular episode, and with all the other things that have there. I mean, Team Juniper is still there, Copper Nicholson. Do they have less screen time than they did in the original show? Sure, but it's only been 3 episodes so far, and they're still there, and they're still getting characterized. For what little screen time we've had of Nora, I have liked it. It actually feels a bit more, I guess, realistic is the term I will use. Like, it feels more grounded than the some of the bombast that Nora does in some of the earlier volumes. But yeah, I would still say Copper Nicholson, it's a bit too early to judge that. And you say how little screen time then, yeah, well, they had that entire sequence where they went into Jean's nightmare. So they're still definitely and that was clearly an important part of the story, or else they wouldn't have had that entire scene. So it's clear that they're still fundamentally part of the main story. It's just that they're, you know, they're side characters. They're the supporting cast. They always kind of have been, but like that's how I see it. It's not just Nora Copper Nicholson. I think there's a lot more realism or groundedness with some of the ways different characters are portrayed. Like, like the one example I will cite is Adam Torres's reaction to Blake leaving the White Fang in like the first episode. In like the RWBY from that I know, the Adam Torres was pretty underdeveloped as a character. Wasted potential is often what's referred to. And if this were like, you know, the RWBY I remember from earlier, like volumes 1 through 3, I would have expected like Adam would have just been really, really mad and be like, "Oh, Blake, how could you do this to us? You're betraying the White Fang," things like this. It's like, "You had one job, Blake," or things like that. But here it's like he lets her go, saying let her go in time, she'll find out we're right, like that sort of thing. That feels that feels a bit more realistic, but also it's just more interesting. It doesn't even think about it. He's not... Exactly, Copper, exactly. There's a lot more nuance there. It's like, you can get the sense that Adam, even if he is an extremist, does believe in what he's doing. Whereas in the, you know, what we saw in the old show, you kind of more got the sense that Adam was just craving power and didn't, and fundamentally... And that's the whole notion of following his rights was kind of an afterthought for him. Whereas that feels a little bit more believable that he actually does, to some degree, believe in the cause that he's fighting for. And it's not just Adam; it's pretty much every character I can think of across the board that's gotten, I think, better characterization overall in the little time we've had so far. Exactly, Copper, exactly. And that, I feel, is Ice Queendom's strongest leg to stand on so far is the characterization it's going for, because they're clearly respecting what came before with the Ruby, the Ruby show, but they're not afraid to try and explain why, which is so important to character writing. Is they don't just say, oh, well, here's a character, they look cool, and well, we'll throw them in a fight, and that's it. Okay, hey, good, now we'll never see them again. That happens so much in the early volumes of Ruby. Like, how many characters did we see like 1 or 2 times that they're there for a fight or something like that, then you just kind of throw them to the wayside, they have no character development, that's it, they're just kind of there. It happens all the time. But here it's like the characters get a bit more respect in terms of their lore writing, and it feels more believable. Fair enough, KK Sparks, fair enough. Anyway, I've gone on a side tangent here, and I've not set the values correctly. So I need to replace this with not an multiple value, I need an multiple string. Oh, I'm also realizing we actually need to do this backwards because it's the Cobra that sets this, not this. So, right.
Remember all the happy times we had?
Actually, would this even work?
Very much alike.
Oh yeah, for sure, Copper Nicholson, for sure. The Weiss is getting so much more focused in Ice Queendom, which makes sense given the name of the show. I'm thinking it's going to focus a lot on the Schnee Dust Company and Atlas in the long-term story.
Remember all the happy times we had?
But yeah, exactly. All the characters are getting a lot more of that. There's Emily, Nature, Nora. Of course, Emily. Everyone loves Emily. Who doesn't love Emily? Like, what monster doesn't love Emily? Yeah, Emily from Crosscode. The way I describe Emily is lovable nerd that likes to punch things in video games. Or I should say lovable college nerd that likes to punch things in video games. True, that's true, KS Sparks. Ruby does actually look like her age in Ice Queendom. That's another good thing, I think. And also, like, the actual size difference, like, in terms of height between Ruby and Yang is a lot more realistic, too. Because Ruby is small, and it's easy to forget that. Emily is not a Josh Copper Nicholson. It's epic. Well, I mean, you know Emily's in college. She literally says that her teammates got angry because she wasn't there for an assignment because of Crossworlds. Yeah, that's also a good point to take as far as Yang didn't ditch Ruby because of course she wouldn't. It's her sister, you know? Yes, the rarest type of bird indeed. Okay, so we need to start with this. We'll say I'm thinking we're all going to need to use a different alter object, or just accept that we'll have to put this into the arrays. Yeah. Oh, something else I noticed from them, they just went straight to the entrance exam. They didn't like have the whole sleepover and beacon thing, and that actually made so much sense in hindsight. Now that I think about it, like just they wouldn't even get to beacon to start out with. They want to make sure that they're prepared to join the school before they actually sleep in the school. So I like that they went straight from the ride in the airship to the entrance exam. Okay, so we definitely need, I think for now, a different active object will probably do. What do we want to use? Trying to think, active objects they'll never in a million bazillion years. Actually, yeah, if the floor tiles could. The floor tiles. Okay, no, they do have alterable values. They do. Hmm. Honestly, maybe we should just use an array now that I think about it. I know I have to reference my array objects chat, which I have to do off screen for, spoiler reasons and things like that. So this is actually a good spot to take our first break, so don't worry, guys. I'll be right back. Alrighty, chat. Welcome back, everybody. So I looked at the array, and what I was thinking is, okay, well, I could make a index for the enemy data retrieval value. That's... Oh, wait, actually... No, it still made sense. I was thinking that a concern might be that it might only work the first time because I'd have to check if the value in that array is 0. But then it hit me that, wait, I can still check to see if the active object is 0 since that isn't stoked until the game, that event is loaded. So I think we should still use the array. It's just something I was thinking about. Oh, actually, no. Since we were on the topic of Ice Queendom, though, if we want to talk about just how well done the characterization is in Ice Queendom, I'd say look at the entire sequence of events with Weiss in Schnee Manor in the first episode. And for characterization, I'm not talking about Weiss specifically, even though her characterization is great. I've looked at the characterization of every other character in Schnee Manor. Consider Clyde. And how he was shown to be like a very much needed support structure for Weiss when her father clearly wasn't giving it. Or consider the fact that in just one line that Weiss had made about Willow, she was able to give so much characterization to her. That one line about, oh, you're drinking in the day again, mother. Like, that just... It communicates so much in so little time. It helps to, and fits into the broader picture they were painting of the dysfunctional Schnee family household. And even just that one line Whitley had, like under his breath before Weiss entered the battle room. That showed right then and there, Whitley genuinely cares for his sister. Like, he genuinely cares, even if he acts like a snob, he genuinely cares. And that's not something you got until, like, volume 7 or 8 in the main show, despite Whitley being there throughout volume 4. There's just so much to talk about. Oh yeah, that's true. Also, the fact that they incorporated like the character trailers into the story in a believable way, that was so clever and I loved it. It was so cool. Because, I mean, they didn't have to go that far, but they did. Alright, so... Where were we? Ah, right, I need to adjust the enemy data retrieval array. So give me 1 second, chat. Be right back. Suppose you're wondering what I'm doing right now. I'm editing a spreadsheet that I use to keep track of different value locations in the arrays, because there's no real good way to read them and know what the values are for without having like a separate document for this. Now, I'm not showing this on stream because, again, it's information that I want to keep to myself, things like that, so it's not as easy to disseminate in game. But what I'm thinking is I'm adding like a value in the array that's dedicated for the enemy data retrieval index. And that'll provide like a real concrete way to ensure that that information has that intermediate step. The note we will be using All right. And we're back. Oh yeah, that's fair. That's fair. KT as far as obviously, there's always going to be nostalgia for the old music. Though you're right that the music style they went with for the anime does seem to fit their style. All right. So what we'll start with here is we'll compare the ultimate value of the enemy date. Where is it? Oh, right, it's not that, it's, multiple string. Oh, what? No, no. Actually, no, I should say, I'll edit that as having chat. I just need to have the correct information. Okay. Yeah, so I'll have to set that to value. Yeah, they did fuse them. That's their point, TJ Sparks. I don't think they'll do OG tracks. I really doubt it. They might do remixes of the old tracks, but I don't think they'd use just the pure original OG track without like specific express permission from Rooster Teeth, I'd have to imagine. Because at the end of the day, they're still going with a different long-term story, so they'll probably want to do their own thing. Oh yeah, it's the frame. I don't. Oh yeah, that's so true. Good points, KT. As far as good points, I really believe like. I'm inclined to believe that they'll give us some characterization for all the antagonists earlier, because they clearly have that level of attention to detail for the main cast so far, and even like a lot of the supporting cast. So I really think like that would extend to the villains as well, or I would hope at least that extends to the villains as well, since I feel like there's a decent amount of hate towards the antagonists of RWBY that could have been alleviated substantially if their backstories had been towards the front of the story and not towards the later parts of the story. Especially with Cinder. I don't understand that either, KJ Sports. I really think it comes down to just the lack of a real long-term, like, a real long-term plan for the story overall when that was being made. Oh yeah, also, yes, please give us Neo's backstory in the show. I love that so much. Everyone's favorite ice cream girl needs her backstory. retrieval array. Value from its Y position. I'm keenly aware. I'll have to make this a string. What do you mean nobody's got time to read? I mean, there's going to be a fair amount of reading in Heartwell. But, and also, like, the Trails games exist, and they have a lot of reading. But your point's well taken. You shouldn't need external media to tell you about something that should be in the main media. Unless it's, like, part of some, like, mystery, like, thing or something like that. Where is the syntax error? Is it here? Oh, is it just val? That's how that works? Oh, right, yeah, it is. I see it. I see the thing. Ah, I see. Pages routes, I see. Right, I think that's the equation we'll need. Then when that happens... need to write value to the array. Then we do a retrieval array. Delete, delete, delete. There we go. Is that scoped in order? It is. Okay. Alright, well there's that. Now the other thing. So this line basically saying if the enemy data retrieval index is different from the value at its corresponding point in the array, then it'll fill that value. Now, this should only happen once. Well, actually, no, it shouldn't only happen once. This should only happen, like... It should happen infrequently. It's only when the event's being loaded, but if it's the same frame being loaded after multiple times, it should still be the same value. After gathering that value, we have that information applied. Then the following line, we'll say if the enemy data retrieval index is equal to 0, or actually, we could even check for it like this. But instead of value of any of that, we're actually going to have to use what that value is. Which will be... the current iteration of the node finding loop. Oh, right. Never read that. Plus for each loop's maximum of A plus max B. So this is like the same thing we use to check for when we're saying the value in the first place. Actually, one thing I am beginning to realize, we could probably just set this value with using the same logic as the other line. Like, rather than do this whole complicated, let's put the value in an array, then we'll recover it from an array. What if instead we literally just... yeah, this line right here. We literally just copy this line, but it's for the other thing. I feel like that would probably work. Let's inactivate those, so we're not messing with that. This is literally the same logic. The logic is identical. Alright, this line here. We'll do a for each loop node finding. That object. And what that should do is, because it's the same logic, there's the same number of these objects, it should always resort to the correct value for enemy data retrieval. Individual. Using the same logic as the number of collision. Identical. The logic should be identical. If this fails, you can always use the array data as an intermediate step. All right. And what we do is in our little testing window, it's up here, instead set counter 3 to instead of the enemy index. And of course, we need to delete the line that sets that code to make sure that this actually applies correctly. Right there. Well, we have to delete this line too, the whole set the enemy index thing. That just needs to go. All right, chat, we're testing. All right. The logic seems to be largely the same as before. So that's a good sign. Like, it's supposed to be buggy. But now we'll test some things. So, if I very carefully move my cursor over this object, I should get some value. Okay, it's 7. Good. Now, if I move it over the Cobra, it's still 7. Now, the reason why I want to 0 is because it's going to the green object, I think. Yeah, the green object. Okay, so it's 7. Now if I go over the other one. Okay, it's 8. Good, promising. Cobra, I think, is an 8. Yep. Chat, look! Index age! Huzzah! Now, it's a very minor thing, but it's part of this process. At the very least, we know for certain that those different values have been indexed. And that they're not being, like, overwritten by something else. Okay. For my own sanity. Also check the enemy ID number. These should be identical. So I put it over that. It's a 1. And put it over the 0. Over the 0. Oh, intriguing. Interesting. So the cobras aren't being indexed properly. Like our collision boxes have been indexed just fine, but the cobras haven't. That's why we get this weird behavior. You intrigued me, game. We learned something. Alright. Well, that actually explains quite a bit. Alright. Where are we seeing that? We set enemy data retrieval, that's fine. We even use that value for anything. Okay, reference enemy data retrieval, and it's there. Oh. Well, that would definitely cause some problems. Operation C equals envy index. Yeah, that's not a good line. Definitely have to rethink that line. I think with that line, we can't actually deadlight our... Yeah, it's still freeing it up there. Yeah, because it's only checking the first one. That's not a... Why do we even have that check? Oh, that's why we have that check, because we need to set is attacking on. This is why we need intermediate steps, anyway. Yeah, anytime something like this comes up, we definitely need to have some kind of intermediate step. Alright, one thing I didn't check yet. Are we able to... Okay, so that's, Okay, we still have the proper, at least, I have Sam front, that's there, okay. I think our next step, chat, let's, now that we've gotten rid of the scoping problem for the enemy index, that seems to have helped a bit here. I think we need to go line by line and check for stuff like this. Like, why would we put set is attacking off on a line that's not indexing that value? Antomicx, what were you thinking? Like, this is like you're asking for trouble. Okay. Alright, what we need to do is go line by line and check for situations where the for each object does not match the objects that are being affected. Like this, for example. That doesn't make any sense. What we'll do is... to do find code that mismatches for each check, and it feet for each. So, i.e. for each checks the Cobra, but includes a change to an multiple variable. Any collision object as a result, or vice versa. For these lines of code, create a rework where information has an intermediate storage to ensure values are transferred properly. Okay, so the lines of code affected. Okay, well, here's our first line affected, our first culprit, shall we say. Why anyone would write it this way makes no sense to me. That copy that. Should probably print screen that just to make sure it's all right. That's now a happy line, a happy line that focuses on the same objects and nothing more. All right, same thing here. Like right here, this doesn't make any sense. Chat, have any of you ever had a situation where like you've gone back in like your lines of code much later and you're like, why did I design it this way? It's like you have that kind of a thought process. Like right now, knowing what I've known now, and looking at how haphazardly I mixed objects in for each sections, it's like it is definitely a bit of a wake-up call to how much you learn when you work on a project for a long term. Because it's like understanding the limitations of the for each objects now, it's like seeing this is just so anathema to making the best use of it. But that's okay. We live and we learn. What does this accomplish? Like, no, seriously, what does this accomplish? Like, I'm trying to think, like, what value is there to running the same values here to this? What was I thinking? It's redundant. Let's just make sure this didn't cause undue lag. No, it seems to be behaving the same. All right. Actually, you know what? I take it back. This code might seem redundant, and a decent chance it is redundant, but at the same time, those values need to be set to 0 under a lot of different circumstances, and there is always the random chance that one of the other chats doesn't catch it. So I think I'll leave that. Okay, that's a happy line. This is not a happy line. Again, what does this accomplish? I don't understand. Alright, this right here concerns me. So we set the value based on the enemy collision box, but in the collision box isn't used here. I don't know, chat. The thing about this is, in this particular instance, this doesn't matter because the collision box is being used for the same object, so it's going to have the same values regardless. What bothers me is, I'm thinking like long term. If I use the enemy collision bots for multiple different types of enemies, this would be a problem because they would have different mats values. Well, actually, I think what we do, actually no, the is respond to off thing is a problem because this is a check that involves other things. I also think I'm going to have to dive into this line a bit deeper, because messing around with respawn mechanics is always fraught with peril. I want to double check how, like, if there's a situation where is dead for the Cobra to be on when this is off, or vice versa, that could cause some confusion. But in terms of other things to, you know, check, this can just be switched to that. Let's double check the respawn lines. I wanna, yeah. Okay, that's a problem. Why did I just hit this way? So we're saying is respawn off from the Cobra. Ugh. Why would I do this? Okay, thankfully that's the only line in that. It's just that. Okay. Alright. Yeah, I think we'll just need an intermediate thing to check for that. Let's bring that. Note. Line 1095 below is very problematic. As the is respond alterable flag. Is attacking. Okay. Is set in a line that uses the Cobra object as its for each check. An intermediate object / array storage for this. For the states of the is dead. Alterable flag off. object is stored to change the corresponding alterable. Separates line. Okay. So let's do that right away, since I know that line is going to cause major issues if we don't address this now. As our intermediate storage, I think this object's been serving us well on that front. Make sure that flat isn't actually used for anything. I don't think it is, but I should double check. Okay, I was right. It isn't used for anything. That's good. Means you can get rid of it and use it for our own purposes. Oh, hey, Copper Nicholson. Welcome back. Ah. Well, at least you've seen all of Deep Space Nine, Copper Nicholson, so you're aware of how special of a show it is. Such great long-term writing in that show, and lovely supporting cast. Yeah, fair point. Miles went through a lot. So the check's going to be if we're actually comparing an multiple flat here. Is fair enough, Ripcore. Honestly, Ripcore, if you think the coding exercise is too easy so far, it's probably a good sign that you have a good code understanding, but you're right, you should, definitely look for a good challenge as well, because you want to make sure you're learning more stuff. So you have an interesting challenge. I'm trying to see if there's any circumstance where enemy, the Cobra animations objects, check for being is dead off and is respond off would be different from each other. I don't think it's the case, but I do want to do my due diligence here. part of the whole idea of this response chat has to do with just making sure that objects work well. Alright. Alright, sounds good, Director. Well, it's been interesting so far, I'll mention, because we've been... It's like I've been saying earlier, I'm seeing in hindsight, like, just how haphazardly I put together some of these lines of code and not really caring about which objects were referenced in which code, and how that matters a lot more now, since we're using the for each objects for these kinds of things. So it's definitely an interesting exercise unto itself. But at the same time, as annoying as this and slow as this might seem, at least I see a clear path forward now. Because, you know, earlier in the stream, all I had to go off of was, okay, these index values aren't aligning. How is that going to affect things? But now I'm actually going through this, I'm starting to see what I need to do to actually make this work. That, yes, this is doable. It just is a question of rethinking of which values are written where, and using intermediate object writing where it is necessary to make sure that the Cobra animations and the corresponding collision bots have the same value. So it feels a lot more grounded and conceivable, the path forward here, which I'm happy about. I'm very happy about. I'm also really thankful that I took that I wrote those notes about what to do starting at this stream, because at that point it had been 2 weeks and I could have easily forgotten where to pick up, and would have taken even longer to figure that out. Alright. As far as I can tell, and this is very, very loose, there doesn't seem to be, well, that is the oh. Interesting. So, the whole reason I wrote it like this, probably before, was to make sure that if isDead was on, that this thing doesn't respond. What does... I'm trying to think of what does isRespond accomplish here. Yeah, and rubber did something. Okay, I don't see it in the Cobra code, but just to be safe, I'm going to highlight all lines that involve this. Okay, nothing there. What I'm looking for, chat, is the isRespond multiple flag to see if and where that comes up. So basically, just keep your eyes peeled for the words isRespond, is off or is on. And there. There. Then the anti-stuck code. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. Here. There's a line. So we used the difference between isDead being on for an object and isRespond being off for an object to make sure that it doesn't. I'm guessing so that the cobra doesn't appear. Yeah, that's what it is. Alright, sure, it reappears if there's addition to that. I don't know if that was old code that we've since revised by assigning the X and Y and Z positions to others. I feel like it would have had to have been. Yeah, okay, this is... Oh, think this code accomplishes anything anymore, since the previous code would have already... Wait. No, we might need that line. Oh, no, record. No, yeah, I was just saying in general, keep an eye out for the is respond, but definitely don't have to rework or rethink the respawn logic, but that's, I guess the main concern is going to be getting the covers to function correctly in the first place. Responding mechanics being irrespective of that. Oh, and is respond was previously used to set the positioning, but that's no longer the case. Okay. Okay, we've covered the lines. So, I'll have to write some notes about this for my own sanity, but what I am getting from this is that in the way the code is currently set up, there isn't a situation where having is respond and is dead differing would be a bad thing for the current code. However, there's this one line that's currently inactive that's problematic anyway for different reasons. It's changing like X positions and Y positions. That's probably old code, but this was one line where is dead and is respond is off would differ. Let's print screen that. All right. What I wrote there, chat, is just a very long-winded way of saying, let's change this, let's make this line of code work. Also, chat, side note, is it hard to believe that's the end of June already? Because, I mean, I feel like that month flew by pretty quickly. I mean, it is the summer, but still. I can't believe it's already June 30th. But, you know what they say, time flies when you're having fun, right, Dreadcourt? Alright, so the plan is... what this line of code, chat, is we're all set is responding and is attacking to the value of that basically is dead. Oh, wait. No, we need an additional check here. Because we don't want is attacking to be on in the when is dead is on. That would be very, very bad. So what this line of code will do, chat, is it's not a check to see if this is different from that, but more importantly, it'll check to make sure that this is equal to 0, which will mean that it's in the off state like we have here. And as a result, we would set is respond to 0 and set this to 0. And I'll save this line to show what we changed in case we need to revert it. Hopefully won't need to revert it, but just it's important to document such things. Note. B. Oh, I actually had this earlier. Okay. 96, which what's the name of this guy in? To check for the enemy collisions, objects, flags by using an delete that. Activate that. So that's that one taken care of. We'll include a little status so we're not. Yeah, everything here should be okay. Okay, I don't think there's ever a situation where is attacking for enemy collision should be any different from is attacking for the Cobra. So we need a new line. similar to this one. Oh, wait. I've forgotten a very important detail. And that is to write this value to there. Right, that'll set that value properly. right? There's that line. There's this line. And there's
Remember all the happy times we had.
this line. Okay.
We're very much alike. Remember all the happy times we had. We're very much alike. All right. I'll tell you the truth.
Alright. So that should set that flag correct. That should set that correctly. I think. Get rid of that. That's completely unnecessary now. But and before I go crazy with that, I realized I need to double check the positioning of the Cobra at the... Oh! Well, that's new. Weird. Very strange. Did something I do affect... Hold on a minute. We had them lined up before. I'm wondering what changed. Did I activate a line somewhere? this line? Yeah, it was that line. Okay, so it's line 10. I should write it out about that. Stay in place while go with that. Respective of that. Well, obviously, we at least know why it's doing that, so what I want to make sure is... Interesting, chat, look at this. Look at that, chat. Progress! I spoke too soon. I spoke way too soon, no. Clearly there's some other line here, but for the briefest moment, we had progress. Okay, never mind, we don't have progress. That's still not scoping correctly. I do find it interesting that that line lines up the way that does. Well. Oh, duh. 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 We fixed it, chat! We fixed it! Yes! Yes! Look at it! Look at it! It's glorious! I am noticing a new bug that this thing looks over here even though we're nowhere near it. They try and face us. But still, look at this, chat. Independent attack. That's so let's see, what check did we use to determine the direction? So thing is, we are using the it's interesting because we are using the for each object here, so it should not be forcing us to look in that direction. Oh. Oh. Here. This is the problem section. It's because we don't have any way. So I think what's happening here, for whatever reason, we're setting is tapping onto multiple things, which is causing us to I wonder if this might be a case of trying to use the OR function in for each line, because that has caused problems before. Let's very easy way to test this. Wait. Wait. Huh? Hold on. Am I reading that right? Oh, it's the attacking. Okay, never mind. I am reading that right. I misread that. For a second there, I thought they were the same. I'm like, why did I have it? No, it's the animation that's different. All right, let's try that. Oh, that was it, chat. That was it. Trying to use an OR function in a for each line is usually a very bad idea. Look how cool this is, chat. They're attacking independently of each other. This is progress. And they're able to, like, look in directions, too. Like, it's starting to behave more like what I expect the Cobra to behave like. Now, obviously, of course, the animations aren't lining up yet with walking, but the attack function's here. Look at that. Glorious. I like this. I like it a lot. I think that actually... takes care of that. Yep, indeed. Fits this. I'm sorry, chat. I don't like catching up. Fair enough, Hopper Nicholson. Yep, fits it is. It's very good indeed. You know, chat, the fact that... Listen, the fact that we can actually get... I know we still have more to do here. There's clearly some glitches to work out. But the fact that we can even have this independently attacked is such a big deal. Because we couldn't do that before we had all those glitches with attacking. But no, look at this. I mean, if I... They're able to work independently of each other. This is as they should. So it's making me confident that we're on the right track here with how we're approaching this. It's, again, separating for each object so that it's only focusing on the happy little, the same thing that it calls out for each object. That seems to be the key here. And even if it creates a couple more lines here and there in the short run, the long run is that we're able to scope multiple objects to do the same thing. That's super. That can move, and will open up a lot of doors. So, happy to say the Cobra Attacks section is now complete in its fix, I think. Where's the Cobra Attack 2 and next is going to be this one. All right, I don't like this line. Looking at this, it seems like we'd probably run into the same situation we always run into with yeah, saying it's attacking off. Probably don't have to separate this out. It also seems bizarre that this line even exists because we obviously need it to be forcing that is attacking off, but why is my head the amount of things that don't make sense here can be mind-boggling. Well, I mean, the obvious thing to do is going to be to set, use this line, because this is effectively the stand-in for, is attacking off, because the other line will set it, to what it needs to be. So, that. Oh, you did not mention that, Copper Nicholson. That sounds like a lot of fun. Which attractions do you want to see at Later Land? Attacking on, set to 1. Yep. Okay. Okay. All right, chat. Time for another test. All right. Oh. Interesting. So that's... I think this ties back to the issue we had with, I think, okay, for testing purposes, for science, as we shall say, I think we'll need to move this over here. I have a feeling. Yeah. So, what's happening, chat? It's getting confused with this. I'm glad that it's at least responding to this. So, like, the whole notion of the stock animation when it's close. Because the original coverage of that. But it's, of course, doubling up because I think it ties back to the fact that we have that ore problem. Alright, sounds good, Copper Nicholson. Move that back. So, as before, break up the ore function. It's not worth the sadness. Man, look at these. These lines were beefy. Like, very, very beefy. Okay, how many different... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... Yeah, there were 6 different conditions here. Is there a better way to do this? Alright, so the reason I did this seemingly... I think that first chunk can be its own line, but with the other ones... I'm trying to fathom if there might be some mathematical equation I could do to make this the same. To check like both the X and Y positions in the same line. What we're trying to see is if it's, you know, if it's either section, like if it's outside the rectangle surrounding the cobra. What would that look like mathematically? Hey Gregor, if you're still here, I actually have a math question for you. Yeah, hey Gregor, so to give you some context here, I need to check that for whether a object is not in a rectangular box around the cobra. So basically, this will be an exaggeration. Let's say, for example, I needed to check the position of my player court. I'll say my mouse is my player. I'm staying out here. This rectangle is the rectangular area surrounding the cobra. I'm trying to check the X and Y coordinates of the player to see, is the player not in this box? So that's the check, if the player's not in this box. Previously, the way I checked this was with an OR function. I'm like, okay, if it's, you know, below... Oh, if it's above this edge of the box, or below this edge of the box, or to the left of this edge of the box, or to the right of this edge of the box, then, of course, that would be the thing. However, yeah, that's the thing. However, Gregor, we can't use the OR function in the same line of code to get that, to have the code work. So the option is either to break into multiple lines of code to check each thing individually. Yes, the cobra would be at the very center of the rectangle in this scenario. That's correct, Gregor. So it would be the center both from the X direction and the Y direction. So what I'm trying to figure out is there a way I can say algebraically, you know, X coordinate of player is either less than or greater than something, and Y coordinate of player is less than or greater than something to do that. Yeah, because it's like mathematically trying to do that. Yep, exactly right. Or the problem is to see if Dorothy is in the rectangle. Now, of course, the obvious solution and the one that would work is just to break into different lines of code so we can have that sort of OR check without the OR functional line. I'm just trying to think if there's an algebraic way to do that without having to break into multiple lines of code, just for the sake of optimization. Think of it as a little math problem. So basically, a mathematical way to say with just one or two equal signs, perhaps you could have a different equal sign for the X and Y coordinates, since those have to be different checks anyway. Actually, wait, no. No, the problem I'm thinking of now is, if you tried to do that, you could easily end up in a situation where both values are, well, wait, no. Trying to wrap my head around how not to make that an OR function is a challenge unto itself. Yes, you can use ANDs, Gregor. ANDs are allowed. It's just OR is not allowed. Now, if you can't make it into one line, that's fine, but if you could make it even to like 2 lines, that would still be an optimization. So, like, you could have 1 line for the X and 1 line for the Y. Actually, wait, no, you couldn't. Because if they're... continue. If Dorothy x minus Cobra x is less than or equal to Cobra plus I over 2, or plus 1/2, and Dorothy x minus Cobra x is greater or equal to negative Cobra, and Dorothy y minus Cobra y, that's wrong. Okay, so I'd have to say, like, is that right? Alright, if Dorothy x is less than equal to half, I'm assuming you mean half of the difference between the upper and lower limits of the rectangle. And same goes for y. Okay, alright, I think I see what your logic here is, Record. That does, it seems to make sense. Okay, L, okay, actually it wasn't 1/2, it was L. Okay, L is the side length, H is the height. Yeah, that does make sense, because if you're subtracting the two values, then that difference would be checking that interior. Yeah. That might work. I'm going to write that out in here real quick, Record, just for my own understanding. Let's put you in ideas. Ideas. Potential code optimization. Instead of having 4 lines of code, to check for whether Dorothy is in a rectangular area around an enemy object. Instead, this only works with the Cobra. The thing is, with this, the Cobra is always in the center. Like, that's the whole point of the check. Is it's the distance, or it's like an invisible rectangle surrounding the Cobra. Yep, that is the intended thing. Yeah, Drekor, I appreciate the help. I'm going to have to test it out to make sure it actually works and doesn't cause, some undue bud or doesn't work quite as intended. But I think, I think mathematically it makes sense. At least at first glance. Obviously, we'll see whether or not it holds up and whether we might, flip a negative sign somewhere or if something, or if it's a typo. But you know what I'm saying, Drekor. That makes sense. That's also with, and I guess how does that compare to your programming problems that you're doing right now? I have to believe that that's probably a much simpler problem for you than what you're working on. Instead have one line with 4 checks as follows. Check 1. If Dorothy X, we'll call it X chord, if X chord, Dorothy minus X coordinate of Cobra is less than or equal to we'll say length, horizontal length of cobra detection space divided by 2. It's a simple problem. Yes, but I'd advise you help a friend at least. Yep, okay. Instead of just doing a bunch of practice problems on RAM. Fair. That's completely fair, Raptor. And I very much appreciate it. Could I have come to this conclusion on my own after some trial and error? Probably. Would have been as fast as you could have done it? No. Absolutely not. I've had to do a lot of algebraic stuff for Heartwell, but it's like, it does take me some time. So if that's coordinate of Dorothy is greater than or equal to -1 times and chat 3 is the same sort of idea with just the y direction. Alright, let's try making a line like that just to see if that works. So we'll do with y coordinate of Dorothy, y coordinate of Cobra, vertical length. Alright. That's our pseudocode. Let's see if it works. Well, yeah, everyone has different pros and cons to, you know, strengths and weaknesses. That's to be expected with anyone. And I appreciate the compliment, Brector. I like to think that I'm decently smart. I'm obviously no... I definitely wouldn't call myself a genius, but I would consider myself at least able to critically think and tackle problems in a methodical way. Now, where was the line? Ah. Here's the line. So it's 1080 and 1079 that are the problem lines. Honestly, 1079 looks a bit simpler. Yeah, those will have to be different lines anyway, because that's Or does it? Wait. I'm remembering something. The jumping animation in chat can be used as an alterable value, which means we could have one line that checks both. Based off of whether the jumping check is available. That's an optimization right there. And the other thing would have to be different because it's different sets of checks. Alright, as per usual, with a line this massive, what we do is we inactivate first to make sure that we mess up spectacularly. We don't cause chaos. Or at least we can revert back to our previous chaos. Actually, that should be a quote. If you mess up spectacularly, revert back to your previous chaos. That should be a quote. Like, always have a backup, so if you mess up spectacularly, just revert back to your previous chaos. Alright. So we'll have that line. We'll delete all the things. Delete all the chaos. So many lines. And the same idea. I think that's how that one worked. Alright. Animation open is playing. Yep, that's what that was supposed to be. Okay. And now the real fun begins. We try to see if we can make the mathematical idea possible. We'll keep that. All right, chat. Time to test that those algebraic equations. So let's also work these around. Okay, so 64 is the length. Corner of Dorothy minus F coordinate of Cobra. Actually, Gregor, question for you. One thing about for each checks is it's generally important to avoid using the compare to general values line of code, and instead let it compare directly to the object. So is it okay? I think it's okay if I'm remembering this correctly. Is it okay to rework this to say, like, maybe move this to the left side of the less than or equal to and this to the right side, so that way it is saying, well, actually, no, I'd have to do it the other way around. I have to move this to the right side, so that way it's the X coordinate of the Cobra that's being compared here, not everything else. Like, mathematically, does that still line up? Like, if instead of, I'll use check one as an example. Instead of that, if I had, so we'll add this to the other side. And subtract this from the other side, so Like, these are mathematically equivalent, right? I think they are. I think that's how that works. And the only thing I remember is that if you divide by -1, you have to flip the signs, but otherwise you should be able, I think you should be able to just add and subtract them. Well, I did though, because if you think of it this way, this is more than or equal. Well, wait, no. Why would I change it to more than or equal if I'm only adding and subtracting? I haven't divided anything. The s coordinate's on this side, so I guess it would be s coordinate is greater than or equal to. So obviously this isn't. This would be inverted in logic, so it would look more like this. But that's the same thing, right? It was just that I hadn't written it in the correct way. The correct way is to have the thing you're comparing up front. I know. My apologies about that, Redcore. All right, but you're saying yes, they are mathematically equivalent. Okay, that's what I wanted to know. What we'll do, we'll just quickly. Move these around. Now, this is one of the cool things I find about math in general is that because everything follows a set follows like a set rule of logic. At least when you're below theoretical math and like discovering new things about math, like once you get to that point, then you're in a completely different like stratosphere of things. But below that, in what we'll call practical mathematics, or like common day mathematics, if you follow the rules of logic, you can find out a lot of information about the relationships between different variables or different sets of information just by rearranging equations. I find that fascinating. Alrighty. So we did all that to get to this point. Where we can start messing around with this equation. Alright, so x coordinate of Cobra has to be greater or equal to x coordinate of Dorothy minus horizontal length of Cobra detection space divided by 2. Alright, that's that one. Now for the other one. That's being 1079. I asked if there was some other objective alongside that Copper Nicholson. Just to drive in FHA as a simulation, probably not interested, but if there's like some objective associated with it, then maybe. I think I'll keep those as 3 lines for now, because I'm thinking, like, checking for his falling is not an easy thing to do, mathematically. Okay. Alrighty. We messed around with this. Let's see what happens. Okay. Chat! Look! Look at this! It's actually being impacted. Like, remember before how how these two were in sync? Now they're no longer in sync. They're acting independently. Of course, the real test is going to be moving this over here. Yep, chat! Independent animation! Independent animation! Independent animation! Independent, and it's all contextual. It's glorious! It's glorious! If I'm hopping out here. And I don't know about you, Chad, but I feel like we're making... I know it was definitely a very slow start as I was trying to figure this out, but I feel like we're finally, like, chipping away at this in a meaningful way. Is there more to do? Yes, there is. We still have, or do I think, the thing is, I do have the logic for the previous lines saved in case this proved necessary. Oh wait, this is the is that a tat check? I think it is. Let's do some testing. Whoops. Alright. Now you might be saying, chat, why, Anton, what are you doing? Why are you standing so close to the Cobra, letting it attack you over and over again? The answer is, I'm trying to make sure that the animation logic is working correctly. And at least right now, it seems to be doing stuff. Also, I find that kind of amusing that when you're like, I find it kind of amusing that the way this is set up right now is that when you get close to like the edge of a cliff, it actually starts to come towards you as though like anticipating like, yes, fall off, go for it, I'm waiting, like that. That's obviously not the, definitely a side effect of the intent here, which is obviously saying here it was not getting close to below us, but I do find that kind of funny. That's how it's working out right now. All right. What we'll do is we'll do some hoppy hops. Okay. So it's still attacking, and then it reverts to its correct animations. Dorothy, jump! Yeah, it's reverting to its correct animations when we move out of the way. So that's good. So I think that's what that line was checking. So Reptor, I think at least right now it seems that the mathematics have checked out. So thanks for your help, dude. All right. So what I'm thinking, chat. Do I have the entire line of code saved? In case I need to revert it. Not the entire line, but the logic is pretty obvious. No, 10A3 and 1079. Anyway, what I was about to say, chat, is right now I feel with the backed up information we have, I actually feel confident enough to delete line 1083 and line 1079 here, since I think we've effectively replaced their logic while still accomplishing the same things. So let's do here. Click on that. Delete. Delete. How many lines of code is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. All right, chat. I'd like to hear a little bit of feedback right now. So I know it's staying quite late. I feel like how close are we? All right, we do have the damage. We have the damage calcs left, and we obviously have the line 1044 bud. Which line was it? Sorry, we have the line 1042 bud. Or is it 1042? It's one of these lines. Not 1042. It's line 1044. That it was line 1044. Yeah, that one. Okay. Or I guess it's now line 1046. Which line was this? Okay, so it is line 1044. Here it is. The Cobra stays in place. If I were to just delete this X and Y coordinate, what would happen if I just get rid of these? Like, what happens? They behave as intended. Huh. Whereas I, of course, don't do that. You out here, what would happen? No, you'd still move back. Okay. Alright, I think I know what to do for that, bud. All we have to do is not make note that I'm deleting this, these two, and that seems to fix the problem. Resolve the bug. I have deleted the code Alright, just like that, we have that result. Okay. But as I was saying, chat, I'm thinking it's staying a bit late, and while we are making good progress here, I feel like some of these lines are going to take probably be a smidge more involved with how much editing we might have to do, especially with the damage lines. Those lines I have some concerns about, because you might think, well, we're just referencing the enemy data retrieval index. It's not that big a deal, right? Well, I look at this and I notice that what concerns me is status effects. Storing those status effects and trying to break them apart is going to be a challenge unto itself, especially since some of these equations have to have references between different functions. So I think the idea is just going to be, again, trying to separate these and have the intermediate object storage as needed. But it's just the damage equations, as you can see, are quite involved with a game like this. So, and besides, I think we're still made tangible progress here. It's that, you know, we have the animations are following the collision box. We actually have independent action from our attacks now, which is great. Alright, so when we're close to that happens. Yeah, okay. So, like, now these will attack independently of each other. They won't be, like, looking in weird directions. It's good progress. And I'm confident that with continued effort, we'll be able to resolve this and finally be able to start building the levels themselves, the levels we saw all that time ago. So again, I'm really excited for where we're going. I just recognize that it's late and there's more to do. So what I'll do is I'll write a note in terms of what to do for next dev stream. Just on is it the 15th? It sounds right. No, the 14th. Yeah. So the basically goal for NetStream is that. Where to start? Need to start revising code in the damage to group and subgroups within look to find for each mismatch situations and separate lines of code and calculations such that only one for each. That's for Cobra. And separate lines of code calculates there's only one object for each. Objects. Additionally, alterable values need to be synced or compared between any collision marks. Objects and Cobra objects. Use an intermediate object / array to store and retrieve information. Lastly, if there is any usage of an OR function for each line of code, break that line of code into separate lines of code to remove the OR function, since this causes bugs. Using the OR okay, I think every line in the Alright. And that's that. So, if you're watching us on Twitch, feel free to stick around for a raid. But if you're watching us on YouTube and you enjoyed what you saw, please consider subscribing on YouTube. It's free to subscribe on YouTube. You can always change your mind later. It's a great way to show support. If you're watching on YouTube, I hope you have an amazing night.